It's Wednesday, May 29. Had a pretty good sell-off in the overnight. I measured 2 legs down, and we're beyond that. We're lower than yesterday's low. Here's the daily. This is the 1-minute chart. I just found 2 tick charts as well. Got this one and this one. So that's pretty steep sell-off. Guess if I'm thinking about the orb, just falling out of that. Right, so when it comes to trading the orb right now, I think things are looking pretty heavy to the downside, but you know how it goes. Sometimes when you have these big moves down in the overnight, it can end up going the other way. So I got a minute here. Also close outside of the Bollinger, snapping back in. Just looking at all these levels. I don't know, because I don't want to be up here, close to this. Maybe I'll just wait and see how it plays out before I decide to do anything. Kind of front run this and be here, to go up here maybe. That's probably the play. Oh, that's so close to that. There you go. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I was thinking, but wasn't really sure. Wow. Well, at least I had the thought process right. Big sell-off, and like I said, you know how that usually goes. Big sell-off, and then it pushes the other way when the market opens, but all right. I was almost considering to put one up here. Oh well. Definitely makes the orb harder when you have to choose a side. I know with the evaluation I don't necessarily have to choose a side, but if I'm trying to train myself to trade according to the Apex, redefined rules. Just trying to trade my evaluations the same way I would my PA account if I was trying to trade the orb. All right, so I'm just going to be patient. I want to get a good trade and get this evaluation passed finally. Got 6 days traded on it, less than 150 away. So one solid trade should get me there. Right. Looking at the tick chart, the first entry short here. Second entry short after this bar. So it seems like it would have worked, but I would not have taken that. So you would think it's made a leg up and you get another leg somewhere. So this is the 1 minute. Here's the 5 minute. Here's the 15. Here's that same level. I was hoping this was gonna kind of close down here and be able to jump in this. I don't want to enter all the way up here. As far as 104 ticks. So see what it does here. Previous day low. Still a measured move higher. Really big bars on the 1 minute. 5 minute. Here's a 15. So, yeah, expect to be able to get up here. Here's a tick chart. Back to the 1 minute. Just watching the tick chart. Kind of don't want to trade the BS system until after 10 Eastern. I feel like sometimes when I take trades early on the tick charts, I get losses. Right, so wasn't able to get up to the measured move. So that might be telling. See back here on the tick chart. Second entry just triggered. And it's probably going to fail. Let's see. Yeah, failed. And that's why I was chilling with the BS system for now. Technically, you can move it to a previous swing. Could have moved it under this one and you'd maybe survive. 81. Nope, still taken out. So that chart doesn't exist to me anymore. So I still have one of them. This is how it's been with the tick charts. They just don't stay consistent. So I haven't really been able to use them. So this is back on the 1 minute. Reached the Bollinger on the bottom. Now maybe I'll go back up. So maybe I'll try this. Then that might be one leg. That's what I'll look for. So that level held pretty well there. Kind of like a triple test of that. Just going to try to keep up my consistency, so I know that I'm just patient and wait for setups that I clearly understand is when I do my best, no matter what kind of system I'm trading on. So just going to be cool, not jump the gun on anything, and look for my setups. It's funny, the orb today was more of like a, instead of playing the breakouts, like playing the failed breakout. You know, broke out of this little thing. Play the failure back in. The ATR is much higher today on the 1 minute so far. Almost 45 ticks. Let's see if that settles down. It's been kind of like 30 and under lately. Yeah. I was thinking that might be a good trade right there. Didn't pull the trigger. It's funny too, because I'm trying trading without the EMA, so well, yeah, all I really have to go by is the Bollinger on the 1 minute right now, which coming from the bottom, right off the mid, that would have been a good trade, I think. Well, clearly. I just have to get used to it. Right, so this is also a pretty strong level of resistance. Right before the measured move. So this didn't really matter. Reach this measured move. I liked the setup trading above this. I don't know why I didn't pull the trigger. Just feeling slow today, I guess. I didn't feel ready for this at all. The opening, I just sat here kind of frozen. I watched it. Even though I was thinking up, I just didn't know where to put it, where I felt good about it. Already moved almost 94 points up from the bottom. There's also news in 4 minutes. It says medium. Richmond Manufacturing Index. No idea how much that would move anything. Actually, I want to change this. On this stick chart, got a new low here. So barely first entry there. Second entry. Again, still before 10 Eastern, so I was just chilling on this. Considering it's the last chart I have. I'll wait and see what happens. See if it stays working. Yep, all right, that worked. I guess I could have figured we also had the measured move already, so. Like this. All right, here's this news in 1 minute. I'll just wait till after that for sure. Doesn't seem like much of a reaction. All right, so I passed the evaluation. A little messy trying to exit there, but I just wanted to lock it in. All right, so what I was thinking here was we'd already reached the measured move. We had a first entry long here and a second entry long that failed below the midline of the Bollinger. And I just wanted to get out before the previous day low, which is a CLO line. So that was nice. I passed. 7th day. Passed. This was the 5th day traded here. All right, so I will have a new PA. Because that'll be nice because it's been a long time since I've been trading with no PAs. So trade 1, EV 41, and 43. And it won't be very clear how many ticks I got because it's going to be all over the place. I got 2 points there, but I got like 4 points here, 5.5 points, and then only 1 3/4 points. So all over the place, but The win is the important thing, and passing the evaluation. So again, I proved to myself over and over again on the evaluations I can make more than enough to be able to get payouts, but just haven't done it yet on a PA. It's all psychological, I'm sure. All right, so I'm going to turn that evaluation off. Don't need to trade that anymore. And I'll switch to 45. I'll continue trading on the 250K. So that was a nice one. I mean, that was like the inversion of this one. So I don't know, we'll see. Maybe trading off the midline will be good for me off the Bollinger. And the tick chart, there's a first entry, second entry long now that I think might fail. Right against the previous day low though, and yeah. So now I've got no tick charts. So just like that. That's why I just haven't been trusting them lately. Basically because they're not working lately. So that's why I've been trading the 1 minute. Yeah, I don't know what price is going to do at this point, but you can see just getting out before the previous day low, the yellow line. You can see it try to bounce here, and now it's bouncing again. So that's why I just wanted to be out of that by that point. I didn't update my stats. I want to know today. Much better start to the week, 3-0 and 237 wins. So 301 trades. Man, looks like we're going to work our way through this. So maybe we're done with the upside for now. Interesting on the 5 minute. Got a first entry, second entry. Right off of after I close outside the Bollinger. So that's something I want to start watching. How big's the bar? 85 tick bar though. So high risk. It's more like how my tick charts were when I was playing the tick charts. I don't know. I like trading off the 1 minute so far. And I just stick to my kind of setups I understand. I think I do pretty well. It's when I'm stretching out, trying to do some different things that I haven't done as well. what we got going on here? This level seems to hold. Five-minute. And a 15-minute. Where are we on the daily? All right, so at this point, I really not sure what we're looking for here. I mean, on the 5-minute, it really just looks like, it kind of looks like just one leg up. I mean, I know that you could say it's two legs up like this, which matches my 5-minute or my 1-minute chart. I'm just saying, like, here it really just looks like one leg up right there. So I'm not sure. Same with here. It just looks like the start of one leg. So maybe we've got room higher. So on the 5-minute, it's also failed second entry short, right off of the previous day low level. So I don't know, it feels like it's going higher. I mean, if it does, who knows where the next level that might matter is. Just level here, there, here. Obviously you have the previous day close all the way up here, so could want to make a run at that. I could look to see if there's any tick charts, any larger tick charts than where I was at before. Just not seeing anything I like. And then you get up to these bigger tick charts, and it's just the bigger the tick chart, the bigger the risk per trade. Just going to keep my eye on this, just in case I don't want to get suckered into anything, knowing that that resistance is there. Here's a 5 minute again. $15. Back to the 1 minute. All right, I'm giving up on looking for tick charts. Just don't see any. Let's do that for now and see if anything develops. All right, so now that I've got this one evaluation passed, I've still got 9 more 50Ks to work on. So definitely want to be as aggressive as I can be over the course of the next, a little less than a month, so I can work through all these accounts. Even if I only got 2 or 3 PAs out of the 950Ks left, I'd be where I want to be. And then whatever happens with the 250K, I figure that one's a long shot. Wow. Wasn't expecting this push up like this. Do the 5 minute. Kind of like a first entry, second entry that failed, and then like a higher low. It's also kind of like a first entry, second entry. But I won't be able to play it off that. And then 15 minute just pushing. Still forming what looks like to be a first leg. So what I do before, I measured from here, saying what if that's the first leg? I would potentially put it all the way up here. So we'll see if that works out. Yeah, I was not expecting that. Again, this level of support, previous day low. That's why I like having these levels on here, because these do come into play. Even the trade where I took it, look, there's a little bounce right off of it. And then I tried to bounce again. And then it failed out of it, but then it came right back into it, and then it was support again. So I think those levels do matter. going to try to use this as a new support level. Just continuing to watch the Bollinger too. Just always goes, you know, if it touches the top, it always goes to the bottom. If it goes to the bottom, it always goes back to the top. So it's always interesting to kind of have it in mind when it trades outside of it and closes outside of it, it always comes back in. So it's just interesting to watch. You kind of look at like a racetrack for price action. And if it goes outside of the racetrack, it has to come back in to continue. So definitely just interesting to watch for now. Check the 5 minute again. And the 15. This looks like it's just going to keep pushing. It definitely just seems like it's going to get up here, right? Seems like it's just going to continue to work up. And 15. And here's the daily. Yeah, not seeing any good opportunities for me, but it seems like this market just wants to keep going. I almost wonder if I can just measure like this, one leg, two legs. Kind of put this target up here. $18,905-ish. Interesting market. It's almost like when it does this, I just want to like just choose a 50K and just let it ride. You could do it on a day like this and just hope you get lucky versus like a day like yesterday where it's just choppy back and forth. Then I'll enter long and this is what will happen. The other way I could do this, suppose I could measure this. It's already gone well beyond that. Could be, if I measure that, it's kind of similar. So I'm just feeling the same kind of way as I did at the open, which is just going to stay patient and look for my setups. When the market's doing this kind of thing and just pushing, I'm not going to find things that I like. I'm just grinding like this. Yeah, just grinding higher.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a 2-minute break here. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Doesn't look like I've missed a whole lot. A 5-minute chart. And here's the 15. Here we are on the daily. Just getting tight in here. Bollingers are getting tight. We'll see what happens. Doesn't look like I'm going to have any setups anytime soon. Drag this out just to see if there's another reaction there, if it gets there. Sorry for the sniffing. My allergies are going crazy. I don't really know what's going on here. Just draw this to see. Yeah, it seems like it's just going to keep moving up. It's just based on what this looks like. It just seems like it's going to keep pushing. The 5-minute doesn't look like that though. What do I know? It's very sideways here on the 1 minute. So just see what happens with this. Glad I found the trade that I took earlier. So I really haven't seen anything else that I really like. I liked this trade. I didn't take it. I just sat here like frozen. This I would have liked. I think what I was concerned about or had in my mind was just not a whole lot of room to that. I probably would have put my profit target right there. Missed out on all of that. but still would have been a good trade. All right, so let's see. I think it's going to keep pushing beyond this, but so maybe this level of resistance is going to hold temporarily. It's interesting. The Bollinger Band lines up exactly with the range I drew. So you expect, okay, we pierced the top of it. You expect to get to the bottom of it. This is not a setup I would typically take. So this is a situation where I just got to observe this and see how many times this sort of thing happens to be more comfortable taking a short in a strong bullish market. Look at that. These are like the little hints that I like what Bollinger's showing me. All right. How long have we been going sideways here? 25 minutes. Whew. I need to work on having like the like the eye of the tiger. Like I feel like already content because I passed an evaluation today. But I have all these other accounts that I need to work on. So I need to not be content with just passing one evaluation. All right, let's see if this is going to be kind of like a failed breakout. Pierce the bottom of the Bollinger. Kind of a test off at this level again, maybe. It would be a first entry, second entry long, potentially. If it comes back in here, you can expect it to go back to the top. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's see. All right. That was an easy win. When I start to trust the Bollinger more, I'll just put my target at the top again. But figured the midline was the safe place. Amma, good morning. How are you today? Amma says, how is the orb? Actually, I didn't take the orb today. 1 second here. I didn't take the orb today. Hold on, let me mark this up. So this is trade 2. This was 43 and 45. All right, so easily could have put my profit target at the top of the range, but just playing it safe and getting used to trading this way. So not too bad. Let me update my stats real quick, and then I'll look at the open. So 2-0 today, 4-0 for the week, 238 wins overall. Let my dog into my room here. Okay. All right, so I like that trade. That set up like exactly how I wanted it. It was kind of like another test of this level, and it was a second entry, and it was kind of like a failed breakout of this range. So that was nice. I like that trade. So yeah, this is working for me. Just being patient, waiting for solid setups. The open. This was the open. You know, we had the big sell off overnight, and this was kind of the range I was seeing, and we broke out of it right leading up to the open. And I mean, I was thinking long, but I didn't want to put it here, and then I didn't want to put it here, and then I didn't want to put it here. So I don't know. I just basically just sat there frozen, and I was long. I was thinking long. I just wasn't comfortable putting it in any of the spots, even up here. I figured it'd probably work if I put it up here, but I didn't do it today. So I just let it go by without me. But if you go back and look at my stream, the only thing I was talking about was long. I wasn't even thinking about putting it below here. But yeah, just seeing this, it was like you either put it here for a failed breakout back inside, or you put it on top here, but then you had this level that I was concerned about. And if you put it above that, then there's this level. So I don't know. I just talked myself out of it, basically. But still 2-0 for the day. And I think when I'm just patient and waiting for my setups, and I like having the Bollinger on. I took away the EMA on the 1 minute chart. Yeah, Alma says, yeah, also a fake breakdown. It was tricky. Yeah, so I feel like since the rules are you got to pick a side if you want to trade it on the PA, you know, there's going to be a lot more days where I just don't take the trade. And that's fine. Yeah. So, but I'm liking what I'm doing on the 1 minute chart, and I really am liking the Bollinger. I'm still getting used to it, but I'm just observing it every day and just seeing what the tendencies are. And so, you know, this was another example where the Bollinger got pretty tight. It matched up exactly with my range, and the fact that it looked like it was going to break out and then failed, it lined up with a second entry, lined up with the Bollingers, came off the top to the bottom, expect to go back to the top. Yeah, just felt good about that. So 2 trades today. I passed an evaluation earlier on my first trade, and this was day 2 now. Trading this account. So I'm already, yeah, I'm a third of the way there on this account now, on 2 days traded. Still working on the 250K. This is the 5th day I've traded on that. And just making slow, steady progress so far on that. And yeah, just going to try to continue playing the 250 on everything, and then just work my way through all of these 50Ks. Try to pass as many as I can inside of a month. Thanks, Amma. Amma said, congrats. Appreciate it. How's your trading today, Amma? Did you take the orb or any other trades today? I saw that Top Step made the announcement about being able to do 5 funded accounts now. So I think they're smart for doing that, even though their CEO has always talked a lot of smack about trading multiple accounts, having more than 3, how it's not a good thing. But he's playing that game now. Basically everything he talks shit about not liking what Apex does, he ends up doing it himself. So for whatever that means. Took the orb short. Really? Where did you because there was no trigger on the orb short. I mean, off of the first candle anyway. It says, oh yeah, 5 accounts crazy. But where would you have gotten in the short? Because it never this was the first bar after the open. He caved, yeah. Yeah, well, I'm sure, I mean, there's a huge demand because people recognize, how valuable multiple accounts can be in prop firms. It's just a fact that if you're confident in your trading and you can copy trade to multiple accounts and you're consistent, then it's just a multiplier of your profits. So people are going to want that. Not sure where you would have been short unless you got in early before the actual open happened, but then it still would have worked for 22 ticks. Alma says, yeah, I don't know how I went short, really. Yeah. Were you in early? Maybe if you were in early? Or was it just kind of made a mistake trying to react too fast somewhere? In any case, I'm sorry if you took a loss on that. Right. Let's see here. So we broke out of this range here. Everything I do is show the measured move a little further off that range. New high, first entry. This could be a second entry off this level. Almost says mistake. Yeah, I get it. I've made mistakes on the orb before. I know how that goes. It's like the pressure of the exact time hitting and getting your order in and being, making a decision where you want to put your order. If you're doing the OCO, where you want both of them, it's just kind of like a lot of moving parts really fast. All right, so obviously this isn't a thing. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to be able to get to that second leg up from there. Which means we're probably going back down. But let's see here. Alma says, got my money back on the way up. Good, good, good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, there's a decent amount of good opportunities on the way up. Ironic that mine was a short, but I liked this trade actually right here. I was strongly considering taking this trade. I didn't have this line drawn, but in my mind, I kind of saw that as potential resistance, and I think that froze me and kept me out of it. Because it kind of made sense that we had, closed outside here. We made a new high, came to the bottom of the Bollinger, and then had a nice first entry long, second entry long bounce off the midline of the Bollinger. But it just wasn't like a whole lot of room to what I perceived as potential resistance. I mean, it's still basically 5 points. So I really should have taken that trade, but I just kind of froze and didn't take it. But I do like the trade I took here. I thought that was solid. And then this I thought was like a no-brainer of a trade for me. All right, so went to the measured move, this dashed dotted blue line from this range, and getting a bounce here is first entry, second entry right there. Kind of just felt unsure, so didn't take it. If I did take it, I probably would have put my profit right before this white line. Take that white line off though now. So now I'm using the Bollinger. These are trades that I'll kind of observe and see how I feel about them for future opportunities. We'll see how far this goes up. Right now it's only gone about 5 points. And this could potentially be kind of like a higher low. Again, right off of the measured move. Didn't even attempt to trigger so far. I mean, at this point, I don't really know what the market is trying to do. So I'm just going to be patient here. Even if this comes all the way back up. All right, so I didn't even do the thing I was thinking it might. So just as far as the Bollinger goes, it'll be interesting to see if it can touch the bottom Bollinger again and pierce it. Usually when I see that happen kind of like twice in these situations, that's when it'll go back up to the top. Future Wealth, how are you? My day is going well. 2-0. No complaints. Passed an evaluation, so It's the first time in a long time where I've been trading without any PAs. So now I have a PA back tomorrow. So I'm stoked about that. And how are you doing today? Alma says like a double bottom. Oh, what I was talking about? Yeah, kind of like a double bottom. Just my observations with the Bollinger is kind of when you've got a big move down like this and the Bollinger widens out. Seems like what I've noticed is you get like this situation like a close outside and it comes back in, but you got a wick piercing it. I've kind of noticed that when you get that second time where a wick pierces it on the bottom, it usually goes back to the top of the Bollinger after that point. So we'll see. It's just an observation. I'm just thinking about as I continue to watch the Bollinger. Alma says, my YouTube delay must be 2 minutes. Do you have a clock on the screen? My clock is here. So right now it's 8:17:50 is what it says. You know, I'm on West Coast time. So right now, 8:18. So you can see how long of a delay it is. It's weird. I have really good internet, but I think my upload speed is not great, even though my download speed is incredible. So I think that affects the stream. All right, so here's a second piercing of the Bollinger. So we'll see if this has any effect. Of course, when I talk about this, it's that you get a second test or pierce of it, but then you get like a bullish bar, and then you get a continuation bar afterwards. So far, it's just a bearish bar. So obviously wouldn't be looking to go long off of a bearish bar. Alma says 20 seconds. All right. So everybody knows 20 seconds. If you were ever going to consider copying my trades, don't do it. A, because I'm not professional and I have a tendency to lose at least 20% of the time. And B, you're way after me. So if you try copying my trades, you might be in it too late. All right, so here's the observation, right? Here's the bullish bar. Came after a bearish bar, but pierced it twice, and here we go. Apparently back to the top of the Bollinger, like I was saying. So, I mean, for me, I don't know that that's ever going to be a setup that I would trust to ride it back up to the top, but especially the way this looks with a bearish bar followed by a bullish bar. But it's just an observation that I've noticed. So I do currently have every expectation that we'll get to the top of the Bollinger. I don't know how or when, but I hear my daughter upset out there. I'm going to go say good morning to her and see what's going on. Oh, be right back. But yeah, that's my expectation, is to at least touch it up here. I'm just going to turn off my screen real quick to just turn off my Apex account while I walk away. All right, so I put that on sim just so nothing triggers backs on my Apex accounts, and then I'll be back in just a couple minutes, hopefully. All right. It's way a little bit longer than I was expecting, and I think my daughter's going to be coming in here in a couple minutes. So, not sure how much of a chance I'll have to actually trade until she leaves for school. I guess since I'm here, though, I'll turn back on the Apex account. Turn this off for a second. I'll just switch accounts. All right. Looks like I lost all my visitors while I was away. Let's see here. So yeah, my daughter will probably come in here to want to play with me for a couple minutes before she goes to school, I'm guessing. But until she does, just turn these accounts back on. All right. All right, so the future wealth is still here, but it sounds like you said it was going well for you today, so that's good to hear. Yep, here's my daughter. All right, I'm gonna.
Daddy.
Yeah, hi. All right, I'm gonna take a few minutes and play with my daughter, I think. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, she just ran out of here. I keep hanging on the sim account because I keep seeing people in Discord saying like, oh, their Apex accounts are taking trades that they didn't put the order in. So just putting the sim account on just to make sure. All right, I'm just gonna play with my daughter for a few minutes before she goes to school. I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, back again. I'm sure I've lost my audience. All right, so yeah, it looks like my theory was correct this time. Double pierce back to the top, and now again hit the bottom 2 times without reaching the top again, so I expect it to reach the top again. We'll see if that ends up being true or not. Bigger picture, here's the 5 minute. Weren't able to get to that measured move, so at least not yet. $15-minute. Looks like one leg up. So maybe expecting it to close the gap. Potentially. Here's the daily. And no good tick charts, but just to look at a tick chart and just kind of see what it looks like. Doesn't really give me any clues. So yeah, expecting it to reach the top of the Bollinger again. Not really any kind of setup that I see. Kind of head and shoulders looking. Shoulder here, head, shoulder, maybe. So nothing really clear to me at the moment. I mean, it still seems like everything is pointing higher in terms of the bigger pictures. Interesting, that kind of looks like it came back and tested that before it moved down again. Whoa. Phone down. All right. Watch this on the 5 minute. Kind of the same thing as the 5 minute there. Just keep my eye on that. Here's the thing on the Bollingers again. Pierce the bottom once, twice, and it goes back to the top. Close outside, comes back inside. All right, so I'm just gonna remind myself to be patient, look for a solid setup. I'm having success when I do that. All right, so my plan going forward is for anyone that has watched me for any amount of time, I used to just take one trade per account and then move on to the next one. But the way I'm looking at it now is I'm just going to continually trade the 25K account, or I mean, the 250K account, 43. And then I'm going to trade 150K at a time with that. I'm just going to try to either get them to pass or fail. And then, once an account passes or fails, then I'll move on to the next one, try to pass it or fail it, however many trades it takes, and then move on to the next one. So I'm going to try to do that and get through all of these inside this first month of these accounts, but that's going to be a huge challenge for me. So I'll probably have to YOLO some at the end or start copy trading more than one account at some point, but I'll see how it goes. It's still early days. All right, so this is just kind of like in the middle here. So I was expecting came off the top of the Bollinger, so touch the bottom. But this might just kind of go kind of in both directions. I don't know. Obviously the main support's down here right now. Also expecting a retest of this high though. You have a first entry, second entry, and a higher low right here if it triggers. But again, still in the middle, so. And below the middle of the Bollinger right now. It's not clear to me. Again, the 5 minute looks like a pretty solid range. On the 50 minute, we've touched the top of the Bollinger, so are we going to go down to the bottom of the Bollinger or try to touch it again at the top off the midline? I'm not sure. There we had a solid touch of the bottom Bollinger, so I think we go back up to the top now. I think we get a retest of this. But I don't like it enough to trade it right now. It's just messy. Just try to stay out of stuff like this. Right, that's why I stay out of this mess. Seeing it come down here like this. Right, so it'd be interesting to see if this level holds or if it ends up being wider down here. Yeah. See about that. So we'll see if this even holds right here. Close outside the Bollinger, you expect it to go back inside. What's 5 minute look like? We'll see what happens with this bar in a few minutes. All right, so I really got no clue what this market's trying to do. Seems like it wasn't able to make the measured move on the second leg. And it just makes me wonder if this is one leg down. Is it going to try to go to 2 legs down? It has to get through this level. It has to get through previous day low, the yellow line. And for whatever reason, I still feel like it's going to try to go back up, but you know, 1 leg, 2 legs down with the 3rd leg down. 1 leg, 2 legs up. Maybe that was just the correction and it's going to keep going down. I don't know. And this is a new high here. So the first time it goes above would be just a first entry. And the question will be too, is it more like turn into a range like this? No reason to think that that's the range though down there. Or is it just a bigger range like this maybe? I don't know. Don't forget the last day of the 90% sale is now tomorrow. I feel like we've been saying it's the last day of the 90% sale for a long time. Yeah, so far tomorrow at midnight, supposedly the last day of 90%. And I'd believe it is since it's the end of the month. And then we probably don't see the 90% for quite some time. Then the question will be, is it going to go to an 80% or are they going to finally go back to 71% that they haven't done in a really long time? So just a reminder in case anyone needs accounts, today and tomorrow is going to be the best time to probably pick up new ones. It'll be interesting to see too what they do about the 1 day pass after tomorrow. Because the 1 day pass has been running for like months now, uninterrupted. So I don't know why they don't just make it like standard, like, hey, for Apex, our company, it's 1 day to pass. They should just make it be official. I don't know why they play games with, I guess they're just keeping their options open. All right, so it seems like the bottom of this is holding. Kind of like test 1, test 2, test 3. What does a 5-minute look like now? Interesting. Just kind of like a filled breakout. I don't know. None of this is very clear to me. For whatever reason, I still tend to think we're going up here, closing the gap. Should have made the note over here. EV41 passed on that trade. All right, so just my continuing observation of the Bollinger close outside, usually comes back in, second touch of the bottom Bollinger, and now we went back to the top. So I'm just kind of like mentally trying to just take notice of these things to see if there's ever like a way to just trade off of Bollinger Bands directly. Like how often does that happen versus not happen? It doesn't look like we're going to get that second leg down that I measured too, by the way, which is another reason to think we're going higher. So some good moves today, but still kind of choppy and range-like. I think range trading is my worst. I'm not comfortable in range trading. I've tried a number of things in ranges, but it just seems like everything I've tried is kind of more unreliable, lower win rates. Except for when you have like a perfect setup like this one was. I mean, to me, this was like A++ setup. And I got in late. I had to come back and pick me up. Future Wealth says, such choppy hour. Yeah. I mean, from the time we've been in this yellow range, let's see, it's been, well, that's when I marked it, but let's just call it from this low here. An hour and 13 minutes. Just in this. I mean, at least there's some nice moves. Like I think confident traders could probably do something in some of this. Yeah, I did miss some of this price action when my daughter was here with me. But I mean, even just like in hindsight, I don't really see anything that jumps out at me as like a trade I would have wanted to take. So I don't know. I don't really see anything in there that I would take. Look at this 5 minute as this candle's about to close. I don't really foresee me ever trading off the 5 minute. It seems more like the size of tick chart bars. The ATR is 73 ticks. So I think the risk is like way higher on the 5 minute. I like the 1 minute. I mean, the ATR is now at just under 30 ticks. Like that will really help me in my risk reward for my trades. I think that makes it the 1 minute better for me than the tick charts. You know, that was always like a real kind of downfall of my BS system, was just the really high risk size to the reward that I was trading for. But kind of what I've been seeing lately is on average, the 1 minute chart's like around 30 tick ATR. So, and the fact that I'm going typically for like between 20 and 25 ticks when I'm trading on it, that made the risk reward really good, really much better for me. Just going back to the 5 minutes. So we had that close on that candle. I mean, for all I know, this is more like this. And this is more like this. So I'll just keep my eye on both of those. The 15 minute, I mean, I've been like watching it lately. It just feels like it never really gives me much information. The only thing I'm getting from this 15 minute is we have like one leg up. And so it makes a whole lot of sense to get a second leg up. That's the only thing I'm kind of getting from that. Let's see what happens here. It would be a triple test of this area. I just have a feeling that we're going up. Would be a first entry short, could be a second entry short. I feel like I would have liked this better if this actually touched the Bollinger up here and then triggered below here. The fact that it didn't touch it yet makes me think that this might be a trap for the shorts. I don't know. Plenty of room. This resistance seems pretty strong. We got the new high off of this. Never got a new high off this though. Yeah, this is kind of what I was thinking. That's why I wasn't looking for the short here. Yeah, now it's going down. I don't know. It's kind of confusing. Yeah, I would really expect it to touch the top of the Bollinger before it heads back down, but there's been other times where it didn't quite touch it. It went down. So just kind of seeing what I can observe about this with the Bollinger, knowing that there's this kind of tighter range inside a wider range. I'm not trusting the short when I know there's more room up here. And again, maybe that's why the 15-minute is helping me, because it's just making me also think like, okay, we have that first leg up, expecting a second leg up. Now I'm thinking about it too. It's the first entry long and then a second entry long here. But I'm not trading off that. And that's touched the top of the Bollinger. So this will be kind of interesting to observe, because I would think it would at least come back and touch this one now. I'm not going to trade it, but I'm going to see if that ends up being true. I also kind of right now don't like trading directly into the middle of the Bollinger. I like my trade over here, where the entry was below it. Where this one, the entry, there was room to it. So just all these kinds of things I'm thinking about since this is new on my chart. Let's see what happens here. Seems like it's just ready to push right out of this. All right, so it's 9:30, 12:30 Eastern, so stick around a little bit longer. I mean, I feel good about today. Like, I've already passed one evaluation, made 1,000 on the 250K, and then another 480 on this other evaluation. So kind of things are headed in the direction I want. Probably what I'll do tomorrow is I'll trade the 250 and the new PA and this evaluation 45 all together. And then hopefully pass evaluation 45 while still doing well on 41 on the new PA in 43, and then move on to the next evaluation from there and just hopefully just get on a roll. I think the biggest thing for me would be to stop treating my PAs differently than I treat my evaluations. In some weird way, it's like I've been historically more careful with my PAs, but then the last 3 or 4 PAs, I was like less careful. Or, did I say that right? More careful with my PAs than I am with my evaluations. But then the last few PAs I had, I was even less careful than with my evaluations. But I think part of that too is I lost some of them on the opening trade when I was risking the whole account and just had a couple of losers in a row close together. So I lost like 3 or 4 PAs like just on the opening trade. So now that's not going to happen anymore with the new rules. I can't even trade the PA that way anyway. I mean, it's going to be better for me, honestly, these new rules, because I trade by the rules otherwise anyway. So it's actually just making me trade the way I had been trading prior. And that's when I was having my highest win rate too. So as long as Apex pays when you follow the rules, I think it's not an issue. And so far, it seems like they do pay. I haven't really seen any signs of big issues with the payouts yet. Right, so it looks like we're breaking out of this. Okay, here we've got 2 touches of the upper band, right? So let's see if we come at least back down to the lower band. That's kind of what I've been noticing. It's like touch it twice and usually come back down. Here's actually technically 3 times, 1, 2, 3. Although it's kind of in a breakout situation. So let's see if there's anything to learn from this. To me, this is all just a trap for the shorts. They're trying to trap here is really only one level of resistance here. Although you have this. If I pulled this out, that's a level of resistance, but I think it's going up. I think it's going up for this measured move. It's definitely out of this, so this seems non-existent on the 5-minute chart. If anything, it seems like this was a failed breakout. Yeah. So interesting in this case, it didn't come back to the lower band. I don't know why you'd want to take a short the way this is looking anyway, though. Clearly trapping all the shorts in this area to propel itself up. So here's one of those situations, close on the upper band. A lot of times I notice when you get in on this, if it pushes up, usually it's good for 5 points. Although I tried to take these the other day, last week. Yeah, see, it already worked. But I was entering late and got some losers, and it just dissuaded me from taking these for now. This is, I think, probably the first time I've seen this all day. Yeah, there's one over here, I guess. Thing too is if you take a trade like that, like where do you put your stop? I guess just at the bottom of the previous swing, I guess is what I would do. But yeah, these tend to work a lot, it seems like. Kind of just a momentum trade. And what happens if I were to draw a trend? All right, so towards the upper side of this resistance here. And just staying patient. All right, so what I'm kind of thinking is maybe now we'll go to the lower band. Maybe by the time it tests the lower band, it'll be around this area, testing the breakout before it goes back up. Kind of what I'm thinking, but we'll see. So let's see what happens kind of in this area. What I'd like to see is kind of a first entry, second entry off this to go up after it touches the lower band of the Bollinger. So let's see what happens in this area. Five-minute. $15-minute. First entry, second entry would have been great off of that. All right, so here's the first entry long. So what I'd like to see is this, come back, pull down, touch the lower band, and then take a second entry, but maybe it has other ideas. Maybe it's just going to keep going. I noticed the volatility guy on YouTube is using Bollinger Bands now. I just turned on his stream from earlier today. It looks like his are different than mine. They're like wider for some reason. That's pretty funny that we both, I don't know if you used these before or not, but I don't remember seeing them before. Like a couple weeks ago. So it's funny that he's apparently using them right now too, and it's like we kind of both decided to check him out at the same time, maybe? I'm not sure. Or maybe this is something he used to do. I really have no idea. Sorry for my dog barking. He gets excited when he's getting fed. My wife's feeding him. All right, so first entry, second entry long, off the midline of the Bollinger. I've been seeing that quite a few times. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the one I wanted to take over here. Off the midline of the Bollinger. First entry, second entry long. Seems like they work in the right context. I don't really know that this is the right context, but seems like I could have got my scalp already. Shy. You'd think it would retest that high though. So there's enough room to that, but there's not enough room to the top of the Bollinger. So let's see what happens here. So that clearly would have worked. Yeah. Makes me think, I wonder where the EMA is there, but I'm guessing it's probably right around there too. So then let's see what happens at this resistance level. Still have this big measured move up. Look at all this chop in the 15. I mean, look at all that time, just up and down. The 5 minute. Still looking for the measure move on there. First entry long, second entry long. I mean, first entry short, second entry short. Right at the resistance. Kind of triple test, spread far apart. Closed outside of the Bollinger. I was measuring from down here, I guess. You might have measured like one leg, 2 legs. Just gets you to where we got to. But then what it looks like is 1 leg, 2 legs. Just puts you all the way up here. Where was it on the 15? Even higher. That's why I'm just not thinking short here. It's like, just seems like we're going to go higher. Even though we have this resistance here. If you took a second entry engulfing, you just got burned. Right, so it's still just going to try to tease in shorts and then burst. All right, so it makes sense that we'll go down to the bottom Bollinger here, but I just don't see any setups to trade it currently the way I'm trading. I'll get back to trading directly off the Bollinger once I observe it a bit more. If I can find reasons to trust trades. Right now, the midline's been holding, so here we go. I would think we'd get down here to touch it. Midline's still holding. All right, is this where it goes? All right, so here we go. So let's see, but will it do that every time? I mean, I don't know. Whoa. Is there some kind of 1 o'clock news? Maybe a bond thing? All right, so this is off the chart. Future well, supply and demand. Yeah, well, we knew there was resistance up here. But I mean, that's a big burst right at 10 o'clock, 1 Eastern. So I bet there's some kind of bond auction or something. So that's the time I think they tend to be. This is not normal price action, a bar this big, just off of this price action. Yeah, I understand. I understand that future wealth, but I'm just saying the reaction is bigger than a typical market, regardless. Yeah, 1 minute on the 1 minute chart, 102 tick bar when the ATR has been 28. Yeah, there you go. 7-year note action. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know why those things don't show up on my news. Got whatever that called, news guard. Yeah, I think it's called news guard. I don't know why those don't show up there. It seems like they always move the market pretty well. Yeah, but as far as playing off this resistance level, I mean, there's no setup for me to trade there. Other than just blindly taking a limit order, trying to sell it right at resistance and just choosing an arbitrary stop. I don't know what the stop would be. All right, I'm gonna give it another 20 minutes or something and see if something develops. Otherwise, I'm happy with the day. I mean, I've made, where am I at? If you add up the 3 accounts, I'm up 1,740 basically. So It's a good day for me on 2 trades. So still looking for that second leg up, but it just seems like it's not going to happen. You know, tried once, twice, 3 times, now 4 times. But a lot of times too, it'll take these moves back. So the other thing that I've noticed is a lot of times the midline might be the area where it'll take it all back and then keep going and finally break out. And it will never revisit the bottom. So we'll see. Future Well says, I think you're saying I might call it a day as well. Yeah, I mean, kind of getting to that time of day, like 1 Eastern for me, anywhere between 12:30 and 1:30 Eastern is kind of like the gray zone of should I stop? And then for me, 1:30 Eastern is definitely like, okay, that's it. And it helps me too. I mean, that's already 4 hours trading, so that's more than enough to trade. It's actually more than I want to trade every day. I think like, so maybe this is going all the way to the bottom. Here's one of those closed right on the lower Bollinger. Usually it's good for 5 points. Let's see. Just shy of 5 points right now. It's a massive bar too. 88 ticks in this bar. So that would be the risk if I were to take that trade. Future Well says, just took the short for a scalp. And that's it for me. Nice trade. This one, did you enter like somewhere around here? Nice trade, nice trade. For me, if I was going to take a trade, it would be the close on the lower Bollinger and going for 5 points. But I wouldn't take that trade on that bar. It's too big. But I'm curious to see if it ends up working or not. Near the top, up here. Somewhere up here, you took the short. $870. Oh wow. So up here, before the treasury note, whatever that was. Yeah, for my style of trading, I don't have a setup there, but certainly I understand if you're just playing the resistance level there. Right. Yeah, Future Well says I wasn't expecting that flush. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky because it worked, but what if the news caused it to just fly up? I mean, at least it worked with what you would expect in terms of what the context was. Sometimes those things can do something outside of the normal. Right. Yeah, Future Well says, yeah, I didn't know there was news. Yeah. Yeah, me neither. But once I saw that, I was like, okay, that has to be some sort of news. There's no way that was just regular price action. Hopefully you got a big piece of that for your scalp. I'm sure you probably weren't going for, if you're scalping, you probably weren't going for such a big move. So that's like an outsized move. All right, so this is getting close to where my stop out would be if I were taking this trade on the Bollinger. So I also have a pierce of the Bollinger here. And it's basically 2 touches because you have the close outside the Bollinger, a touch here and a touch here. So when I've seen that, typically it goes all the way back up. So I'm just curious. I'm just tracking these situations to see how often they work for 5 points. Or maybe a safer bet is go for 4 points. It seems like it works for 4 points even more consistently than 5 points. So obviously I wouldn't want to be in all this drawdown. The trade, if I was going to start taking these, would be just for momentum for it to work right away. Future Well says I played the previous highs in today's session. Yeah. Yeah, that's why that's why I drew this. I'm with you there. Pretty much a double top on the 15. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on all that. No argument for me. Just my style of trading, there's no setup for me there, but I can certainly understand how you could find a way in at that point. For me, I was still concerned about this bigger measured move up. So the way it was looking on the 1 minute, it was looking very trappy. Kind of like how it trapped here. Like for me, this would be a first entry short, second entry short, and it triggered because it engulfed this bar. So, but if you were to enter it engulfing, you got trapped and you probably had your stop above this swing and then you got taken out and then it ends up working. So that's why it was just looking kind of trappy to me, staying away. Okay, this thing's coming back down. It's kind of a first entry, second entry long that failed right on the midline of the Bollinger. So I think this would have been the better trade for me if I was looking for a trade here. It looks like maybe this will all come all the way down and still end up working for this trade. See. I'm just obviously not going to take anything too risky right at the end of my day here. So I've got to see just a classic setup for the way I trade. That just looks perfect for me to take anything right now. I'm also just kind of building back up confidence after kind of having a couple not great weeks. All right, so basically 5 points is getting 5 points is getting to there. So we'll see. Definitely wouldn't have wanted to suffer this drawdown on a trade like this though. So All right, well, it touched it. I'm not sure if it would have filled for 5. I probably would have closed it out when I got that close anyway. So it worked, not the way I'd want it to work. Now you got touch here, touch here. First entry, second entry. You're just in the middle of no zone here. All right, so here's the second touch. Now I'll be interested to see if it goes all the way to the top of the Bollinger now. All right, so doesn't look like it's going to the upper Bollinger off that, right? And it's in a place where I wouldn't think to go long. Yeah, so I'm just watching these situations. So here's a situation maybe where the 2 touches didn't lead to it going all the way back to the top Bollinger. We'll see. I guess my stop would be under here if I was trading that way. Let's see if that turns into a stop out. Obviously, I didn't take a trade, but just trying to observe the Bollinger Bands and seeing how aggressive I can potentially be with just taking trades off the bands themselves. All right, so that wouldn't have worked if I was trying to trade that way. And I wouldn't think it would work there because it's, we're not at like any kind of good support level anyway. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything. Kind of, this is the 5-minute chart, the 15-minute chart, the 15-minute chart. So just ranging. To me, this looks like a potential bull flag kind of situation, but on the daily, just holding up here. Measure move. I guess one leg down, 2 legs down. Kind of what that looks like to me. I'm going to wrap it up here in a couple minutes. Wrap it up soon because coming up on that 1:30 Eastern. So interesting day. I mean, at least there's like a lot more movement today. I liked my 2 trades. Felt like both of my 2 trades were solid. And there was one more trade here. Definitely could have taken. So potentially could have been 3-0 today. I don't think I saw anything else the rest of the day that I really liked. So again, just a reminder that the 90% Apex sale is ending tomorrow at midnight. So whatever code you use, if not mine, use somebody's. Use somebody that you like. Don't just use Apex's code. Yeah, that's somebody that you like on YouTube or wherever, if you have a friend or whoever. Make sure you use a code and get that 90% off. And I mean, we've had 90% off for like way longer than typical lately. So I definitely do feel like this time is going to be the end of it. Also, it's the end of the month. So the question is, will it go to 80% or will it go to 71%? Seems like we've been 80 or 90 for a really long time. So I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure what they're going to do. But definitely take advantage of the 90 while it's here. And the good thing is, again, while they're making changes to how strict they are with the rules, it doesn't seem like, I'm not hearing like a huge outpour of people from this last payout window saying they're getting denied yet. Seems like it's still really a ton of payouts getting approved. So if there's going to be any effects, maybe it'll be on the next payout window. We'll see. I mean, time will tell. But I'm guessing, you know, the rules are pretty clear now, much clearer than they've ever been. So I just think if you just trade according to the rules, you shouldn't have a problem. Yeah, and that's been Apex's culture for as long as they've existed, is just play by the rules we've set forward and that we're enforcing, and you'll be fine. So now they're being a little bit clearer about what they're enforcing. Just follow those rules. It's a little bit annoying, but I don't foresee it being a big deal personally. Of course, I've never even had a payout, so it doesn't affect me until I can at least finally get to the point of being able to get approved for a payout. Hopefully this next PA, it'll be number 11. PA 11, hopefully you'll be lucky number 11 will get me to a payout. I'm going to just try to trade it the way I've been trading, you know, these kinds of trades on the 1 minute. My BS system on tick charts just hasn't really been there for me lately, just in terms of even having charts to work with. So, you know, but it's fine. It seems like this style of trading is working for me. I'm not getting a ton of volume of trades, but I'm getting good quality trades when I'm being patient, and it's paying off when I just take good trades. So just keep doing that. All right, so I mean, interesting, like it touched here, but if you put your stop under this, you would have barely been stopped out before it eventually did go and touch the top of the Bollinger. Of course, the top of the Bollinger came down a long way for it to not need to go very far to get there. So I think it's more like play that idea when there's like another setup with it. Like for me, I play second entries. So if it's like, I got a situation where it touches the bottom twice and it's like at a known support level and it's a second entry, it's like all the things are lining up to take the trade, versus this is just kind of a random take the trade on the Bollinger for no apparent reason when the Bollinger is turning down clearly. Probably not the best idea. And even though not the best idea, I mean, it still would have worked for, how much is this? Well, it still would have worked for almost 5 points, 4 3/4 points. You wouldn't have got filled there. So it would have worked for 4.5 points. So still, I mean, even though it didn't go to the top, it still pushed 2 touches. So maybe that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, just go for some small scalp in those situations. I'll keep watching those, see what happens. All right, so I just don't foresee another trade happening in the very near term. It's 1:29 Eastern, I'm going to call it. This is a good day for me, you know, to be up almost 1,800 combined on 3 accounts, passing an evaluation. So let's see, pass this evaluation. It took me 7 trading days to do it, but even 7 trading days for me, that's fast. That's like, it took me half as long to pass this one as past evaluations I've taken in terms of trading days. Like I've been passing evaluations between like 12 and 15 days. I'd say it was more my average. So to do it, and even some, I mean, it took me 20, 22. So to do it in 7 days, that's good for me. That's more the right idea. So I'll have a PA tomorrow. And then the 250K, I'm just playing it slow. I've traded it 5 days. I'm up, you know, almost 3,300. Need 15,000. So still a long way to go. And then got this one started yesterday. It's a second day traded. A third of the way there. So I'll be trading the PA, the 250, and this evaluation 45 all together tomorrow. Group trading them together. And then hopefully it will go well. Hopefully it'll lead to passing this evaluation next in the coming days. keep building this one and then work towards a payout on what will be a PA on this one. And then I'll just keep, working. Hopefully things go well. I'll pass this one, and then I'll do the same idea. I'll keep one PA on the side. If I am able to pass this one coming up, I'll keep one PA on the side as backup. I'll focus on this PA and try to get to a payout. And once I get to a payout, then I'll start trading hopefully what will be the next PA. And then at the same time, I'll be working on the next evaluations and just trying to pass them in the same manner. And every time I add a valuation, I'll add a PA to the copy bunch, and always have one PA as a backup. And that's what I did before. I was always able to always have a PA in the rotation in case something went wrong, so I didn't have to completely start over. And then I'm just going to try to pass as many of these as I can. Hopefully all in the first month is the idea. So if it starts getting closer to the end of the month and I haven't passed these yet, I'll just YOLO them because they're going to be 80% renewal either way. So maybe I'll copy trade more or just YOLO bigger contracts or who knows what, but just try to be more aggressive. But got a lot of the month left still. This is just the first week. So that's kind of the game plan moving forward. And I hope you had a good trading day. If you haven't subscribed already, hope you'll subscribe and like. And then let's see, still keeping track of my stats. I mean, there's kind of no real reason to keep tracking them because I was really doing this to track my BS system on the tick charts, but and then to track the orb. But now I'm not trading that strict strategy, adding these 1 minute chart trades into the mix. So I don't know. I'm going to keep it going. I feel like no one really does this, so I might as well just keep going. Here we are halfway through the year. Be kind of interesting to see where I'd be at the end of the year, regardless of which strategies I'm using. So haven't had the orb in a bit now, but 20 and 3, and just going to trade it when I can get it according to the rules. And let's see here. Probably won't trade it on the PA. Like I want to really give myself the best chance of qualifying for a payout on this next PA. So my last few PAs I lost mostly on the orb. So maybe I'll just only do it on the evaluation for now and show myself that I can trade the orb using the current rules for the PAs. So anyway, 2-0 today, 2-0 yesterday, 4-0 for the week. Off to a much better week than previous weeks. And 238 wins and 64 losses. So I'm over 300 trades for the year, which is a lot for me in the 5 months. And just under 80%. So I'm basically at where I've been, about 80% trader overall. So, all right, I think that does it. I think I've said it all. Don't forget to use my code if you don't have a code to use. Otherwise, use someone's code. And 90% ends tomorrow at midnight. And then we'll see what they do with the 1 day pass and what percent off they do. Typically, the lowest is 71% off. They've been doing 80% for most of the year. So we'll see. And anything else? Again, these were my 2 trades. Took a short here just after 10 Eastern and took a long here just almost around 11 Eastern. So those were my 2 trades. All right. I think that's it. All right. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate it. Appreciate anyone that is using the code. It's not a whole lot of you, but the ones that are, it is helpful and I appreciate it. All right. I'm out of here. Hope you had a good trading day, and I'll be back tomorrow at what time do I trade? 9:25. Let's see. Yeah, 9:25 Eastern. And I usually end around this time, 1:30 Eastern. So come check me out, and see you tomorrow. All right, later.